Ooh, ooh, ooh. Mama. Hello, Vegeta. Let's see if we can not die. I wonder if this is enough to survive big boss attacks. I think I need to spec this to give me armor. Well, this is also good. Let's make it so that we take less damage when we use it. Hello, Cab. Freaking love last Epoch? Well, I'm so glad you feel that way.
Farewell.
Where are we going? We're going over here somewhere, apparently. How far into the game is this? This is almost the end. I'm level 46. The story lasts until around 50-55 something. Where the fuck is he? Scorched Grove. Okay. How high is my volume? Okay, there. No, you don't have to replay it. When you get to the end game, I don't know if I have any characters there. Yeah, no, I do. I can show you. did we have here? We had... Oh man, my skills are reset here. Well, whatever. I don't have to go into any maps. You go into here and you can check this, and you get a little map, kind of like Path of Exile, and you can go to different maps here, and they have different modifiers, and they give certain rewards as well. Like if you go here, you get shards. Here you get gold. Sometimes they drop like this. This is a mechanic to make things harder. And sometimes they drop uniques and stuff. And as you finish these, you build up this stability meter up here. And as it progresses, you unlock quests here, and they are like bosses and stuff. I don't know if there's an XP penalty when you die, because I always play hardcore. And then there are a bunch of bosses and stuff here and whatnot as well that you can fight them. But it's pretty much like PoE. So my XP penalty is 100% penalty. That's all I know. Maybe I keep it that low. So where do I need to go? I need to go there, and it's in between everything. So we go from here, Boro. The main issue I have with this build right now is I was under the impression that I would be able to teleport with Smite, but I can't. So we have no movement speed at all. I don't know, I don't really care about XP penalty either way. It's not gonna level you down regardless. You just have to figure out how to not die, dude. Dying is not good. Oh, there big guy. I don't know what I'm looking for anymore.
I see you have returned with the lance. Now it shall bear my final blessing.
We must move up. We'll travel from.
Let's avenge him, let's go!
The gods cannot observe.
And now we teleport back.
It has underground rivers that might
Do
take
not
us
let it bind you. Farewell.
Dungeon's fire penetration with melee attacks, but I don't know, I don't think it counts as a melee attack. Hi, big guy. Cooldown reduction. Poop, 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 poop. Pretty tanky. Did I go the right way? I think so. I'm not sure. Throwing damage, that is not us. And now we are in Void Knight, taking more resistance nodes. Till we get to Abyssal Echoes. The problem with playing dot builds is that you have to kind of just stand there for a while and wait for them to die. Yeah, health on hit is very, very strong. In general, regeneration is what keeps you alive in all ARPGs. In PoE, regeneration is too shit, so it's basically all just... Basically all just leech there. You're insane? I think you are insane. You can summon as a sentinel as well. Ask me something easy? Okay. If it's programming related, I can't answer most likely.
We have a problem. It is too dangerous. Are you insane? You did what then? They're holed up in the pier. If you think you stand a chance.
The Forge Guard is a summoner too, or you can play it as a summoner. Both Manifest Armor and Forge Strike. But the Primalist probably feels a lot better as a summoner, because you have summons that make more sense. Rogue is also a summoner if you want.
Don't lose your way.
But it's just the ballista. And that feels weird. Mordenstein. Like my attacks don't happen randomly sometimes. In C sharp, and in an if statement, if I do a string operation in the statement itself, it should not revert back to the original string, right? No? Assuming that the string is declared outside of the scope. Yeah, I mean, the game is just based on... It's just people who like PoE and Diablo 2, but wanted the gameplay to be a little bit more in the direction of Diablo 3 pretty much. Don't explode me, bro. Don't explode me. You're insane? Alright. What were you expecting? I don't think it's simplified. I think it's a lot more complex. The only thing that's more complex in PoE is that it's impossible to make a build. Well, it is simplified in the sense that it's more easy to approach, but it is still deeper and more complicated. And I think that's good in both aspects. Because PoE is too hard. So an if var replace something else equals something does change var. I've never used any of that. I also never use vars, to be honest. Don't blast me, bro. Yeah, I mean, you have to get until the late game to really have any clue. That's why it's hard to judge Diablo 4 right now, for example, because people have basically just played the tutorial. I don't know what dot replace does, so I don't know what dot replace equals this and that ends up with. Feels weird to do var dot replace inside of the if statement parentheses, though. Did you change the left mouse button? I think it's kind of good that they are forcing it, but I think it might be possible to change the button to something else, but you only have 5 abilities. Depends on if you're like... Yeah, in PoE you do this as well. not having force move on left click in PoE is a noob move, to be honest. But I know what you mean. Everybody is used to having it the normal way. Do I earn money from this game? No. I don't earn money from anything. Get out of here! But you should at least be able to change the mouse. Yeah, I mean you can change it here, but you have to switch move to somewhere else. I assume. Yeah. So you can change the controls if you really want. But you should always have a force move. It's a really bad idea to play an ARPG without a force move button. They live from air? Yeah, basically. No, Kibbs gives me money every month. He earns money from streaming on the Bickering Bunch and pays me money. Work on the game. Kibbs! Captain Kibbs! The Bickering Bunch. He's the lead, the project lead for the game. You never heard of world famous Captain Kibbs? What do we want here? More damage. More damage is pretty good. But do I want to try going for this? I don't know, dude. Oh, some Nazi dudes are in power? Yeah, the Nazi dudes are in power if you're like a super communist leftist. Then yeah, absolutely true. They are super Nazis. They're like 1990s social democrats. That's what they are. And they are way too left-wing. No, like they're not gonna do anything that anybody wants. It's just gonna be the same thing that's always been going on. We're going down there. Plus, it's not that they're in power. They are part of the ruling bloc. So they have even less power. When was Sweden flourishing? I don't know. Probably same as everybody else, somewhere before like the 80s. Or before World War II, maybe, I don't know. What do I want here? Fissure bonus damage. Do I want these spreading flames? No, Sweden sucks ass, dude. The only thing we're good at is like exporting wood.
Can I help you? Don't lose your way.
Which country do I like? I don't know. It's not about liking other countries, it's about this country being shit. Most countries are dog shit nowadays. Because everybody are part of climate agreements and stuff like that that are just destroying every single country on Earth. You'd have to go to like Asian countries, but they're mostly shit too. Not because they've been ruined, but because they've always been shit. Okay, I already have that. is where we're going. Japan? I don't know enough about Japan, to be honest. I think they're going to go into the same issues that the rest of Europe is in very soon. That's all I know. What shit is that? Diversity, refugees, all of this nonsense. New World Communism. Don't kill me. Don't blast me, bros. It's not been the norm, but it has been growing since then, yes. Why do I always go this way? This is the wrong way. Too many things on the ground, I can't tell what's mine and what's enemies. His looks exactly like mine, dude. Come on. Nah, crap. Did I make a loot filter for this guy? I think I did, but I haven't seen a single item with the loot filter thing on it. We should make a loot filter, but not in here. I'm usually too lazy to make loot filters, but they actually are pretty easy to make here. Compared to PoE, where you basically have to go to a website. Grab! Yeah, the coral ring. Coral ring. Double coral ring. Coral rings are nice. Fortunately, they were both terrible. Can I fit something here in any way? I don't think so. Not if I want to equip one of these. But they're both pretty bad. Health on kill, shred armor on hit with fire skills though. That doesn't sound bad. I don't need that. Shield builds? Honestly, I don't really know. I haven't played the end game that much, so... But from what I've read... Basically... Defensive builds is the way to go in this game. At least later on. So you do want to max out your resistances, and you want armor or whatever. Stack up wards, or ward, or whatever. So I'm sure a shield build is perfectly viable. Especially if you play Paladin, for example, because you get a lot of bonuses for shields as Paladin. But also shields can roll like increased physical damage and stuff, so it's not like a purely defensive item. I don't feel like damage is as important as it is in PoE. It's still important, but in PoE it's like either you do 10,000 damage with a decent build, or you do 10 million damage with a good build. Like, that's basically the difference in PoE. And it's like if you do 10,000 damage, then you can play the game normally and like do maps and stuff okay, until you start getting to like the red tier 14 to 16 maps, and then you can't do anything anymore. Versus if you play a good build with 16 million damage, and then you can kill all the bosses and play the game normally everywhere. Like, I don't think this game is that badly balanced, to be honest. It's not well balanced, but as a whole, the game is not nearly as badly balanced as PoE. At a glance, at least. I did try Shield Slam, or whatever it's called, Shield Bash. It seems kind of dog shit, but it might have some uses for some builds. Yeah, in PoE, you literally have to make multiple characters. Like, you have to make a character for mapping, and you have to make a character for killing bosses. Like, you can't have a character that does both and do well on bosses. You just can't do it. And yeah, the PoE is insanely one-shot heavy. Yeah. You have to play the game on easy mode, basically. You have to go to maps that are way too easy. You can't play anything that's challenging. Because if you do, then there's gonna be a boss or something that's just gonna one-shot you. Or you find like one mob that has more damage and increased crit, and then he just hits you once and you just die. So yeah, I don't have an issue with XP penalty on death. I have a huge issue with PoE's balance. Because it's just that one shot left and right. Terrible. And it used to be even worse. I think it's a little bit better now, but before, like, everything in the game was just ground explosions. And what I mean with that is, you killed an enemy, and if you didn't pay, if you didn't pay enough attention to what the enemies Oh, right, we have to go back. If you didn't pay enough attention to what the enemy's modifiers were, you would just die because it was like explodes after killed or stuff like that, and then you just explode on the ground and you die. And then there are enemies that use corpse explosion, and you're just standing next to an enemy, and then all of a sudden an enemy just corpse explodes something and you die. So the only way to play PoE hardcore is to keep track of like where you kill rares and know which enemies use corpse explosion, because it's not skill based. So the only thing you can do is not stand next to corpses if you know that there are corpse explosion enemies around, because then they will just insta kill you in one hit. One hit. A hotfix is out. Okay. Volatile reversal. Now here, the only times I've really died in this game is when I'm fighting bosses in... Well, I have died while leveling too, but mostly in the end game. Because they get like big slam attacks and stuff. You accidentally end up standing in them for some reason and then you die. I mean, if you like playing ARPGs, there are just like no options. Like, people suggest Torchlight and stuff all the time, but they just don't get it. They don't understand the difference between this PoE and Torchlight. Like, Torchlight is a total meme game. There we go. I hate Torchlight, it's terrible. Torchlight is like playing Diablo 2 vanilla. It's like 100 years into the past. Like you have to put one skill point into everything until you get to a certain level, and then you can start picking the good skill. Like it's just archaic as shit. Oh shit, what the fuck? People, I'm sure they did. I won't though. It seems like a mobile game. More or less. One-handed sword. Never seen this before. Blade of the Forgotten Knight. Oh, this is the Void Sword. Bonus melee void damage, spell void damage, increased void damage, chance to gain haste for 1 second on hit, 15% increased attack and cast speed. Increased physical spell damage if you have directly cast a cold spell recently. saw people were streaming Wolsen now that Diablo 4 beta is over. The Wolsen got a new patch. I was a little bit interested in trying, but I think I'll pass. It's like the most broken game ever. Like they released a shitload of patches, like content patches for it. But they never fixed the game so that it works. Super weird. Another studio even bought it from the original Wolsen studio. And they still didn't fix it. So they just like bought a game that was broken and then they didn't fix the game. Like, I don't know what was going on there. No, I want that. That has big potential. White staff. This staff only has 23 spell damage. This one has 65. But it requires level 50. Holy shit. We are level 49. Whoa! Don't blast me, dude. Physical resistance, increased mana. This is a good helmet, though. If we can get something other than... Though... Elemental resistance is good, but I don't need it anymore. Because it's one of the things we've taken in the tree. Not sure exactly what we need. Whoa! Kill me, dude. Getting okay health. I didn't want to stack that much health, but should probably have some. But I wanted to stack health regen and armor. What's funny about damage numbers scaling up to insane numbers is that it's not something that needs to happen in an ARPG. The fact that it happened in Diablo 3 was out of choice. They chose 300 billion as values that they wanted. In MMOs, it's almost unavoidable. But here, there's no reason for it, other than actively choosing to have that. And the reason for that is, in MMOs, the only way to keep going if you're using an item level system is to increase the item level and make more powerful items for the next expansion. So just by nature, things will scale to an unsustainable level eventually. But in an ARPG, the way it works is that every season the game is meant to reset. So the power doesn't... there's no power creep. There's just like a new season with new content. That's it. So there's no power creep, so it doesn't need to happen ever. Diablo 3 was total fluke. They did not know what they were doing at all. Anything that they managed well there was total accident. Health regen. I think flat health regen is still better, but we have a lot already. No forging potential left. What about this one then? Increased health regen, vitality. So now we have attunement scaling. Scales with attunement. Okay. So the question here then is vitality or attunement. I think we'll just stick with the... Yeah, I don't know. Damage over time. See if we can craft this ring to be something useful. If we just start with these elemental rests. Void damage. No potential. Well, this is actually... It would have been decent. I think it's still usable for us. Because it does give us spell damage and elemental resistance, and it gives us health regen. And it helps us to almost cap, but unfortunately the elemental rest roll there is really dog shit. Where do we have all this void resistance? Ring. That's all the void res I have? Other than the chest piece? So I'm naturally, like, I'm almost naturally capped. Huh. So if we upgrade this health regen, and then we see what we can get physical rest to be. Cooldown recovery speed. Yeah, maybe, why not? And then we get movement speed. But they're okay. So now we need elemental resistance. Honestly, we just need like elemental resistance rolled decently on one thing. There, now we're capped there. And poison resistance here. It's now capped. So now we have this ring completely free. I guess we can try to do something with this health regen. Strength is not a good roll. Elemental damage over time is okay. Holy shit. I think I just gained 100 health regen total. These gloves are surprisingly crucial.
Greetings.
I love this help. I might save that one. Because this helmet gives movement speed, so it's just really nice. Now I'm just breaking down items that might have decent stats or decent shards that I would like. For upgrading other items. This amulet is decent. These are all bad. Alright, let's keep those.
Take care of yourself.
These waters are not made by. Are you ready to head out? Just say so.
Oh, so I had a terrible day. How's your day going? Wait, I didn't kill Lagon? I was 100% sure I killed Lagon. It must have been on the other character. I killed Lagon and then I got bored with the build. Nice, but also shitty, yeah. It's very unresponsive. Like, you can't spam this. Like, if I do this, sometimes it just doesn't explode. is also a reason to get rid of it. Nah, no wands. Wands are lame. I hate wands. What is this, Harry Potter? Just aesthetically, they just don't feel good. Like for any archetype. I kind of prefer casters to not have any implements, really. They don't have a staff. Okay. Let's see if we can figure out how to clear this map a little faster than normal. He wants eggs. I played through Dark Souls 1, 2, 3 and Elden Ring not too long ago. It was like earlier. Like mid last year or something. But I think Dark Souls is terrible. I think the gameplay is intentionally terrible. Hold on, there are too many monsters here. People need variables in slideshows? I don't know. I don't do slideshows. I don't know what people use slideshows for. Egg! I mean, that's the case for any game with competitors. You can't mention their competitors in any way. Try mentioning PoE in the Diablo forums. Or mentioning Diablo in the PoE forums. People always get defensive and want to defend their game. But in regards to like the Dark Souls format, I don't like it. Like the whole you have to die over and over to figure things out format. I was never really a huge fan. Like it was extra bad in Dark Souls 1 or in Demon Souls. It was extra bad in Demon Souls. There everything was literally just, haha, we're Japanese devs, it's funny when the player just dies randomly. And it was. It was, for one game. But after that, for me at least, it just got old. Now, if Dark Souls was not an RPG, meaning it didn't have stats, I would probably have a lot bigger or a lot different of an opinion about it. But now it is an RPG, and I think it's fucking garbage. Skill-based game with like the worst RPG mechanics ever, and like 90% of the skill is negated by the stats. So like the main difference between someone who thinks Dark Souls is hard and someone who thinks it's easy is that they know how to make a build that kills everything. I hate Elden Ring more than I hate any other Dark Souls. See, what they had to do was, as players got better at the genre, they had to progressively make the game harder in the way it was originally designed to be hard. And in Dark Souls 2, what they did was they over-saturated the game with many enemies. Because the Dark Souls is not meant to be fought against many enemies. Because enemies can just swing through each other. And unless you're playing with like a two-handed sword, you can't deal with it. And in Dark Souls 2, they also removed all the two-handed swords with good animations, so that was no longer a solution either. So you were just stuck with like 5 enemies coming at you at a time, everywhere, in every single area, while there were like 3 archers shooting at you at the same time. That was Dark Souls 2, and that's why Dark Souls 2 is dog shit. But in Dark Souls 3, they do the same thing. They still do that. But they made the game play better, it feels a lot better. But they also make all the bosses be more like the annoying bosses. Like you have to learn their patterns more, and their patterns are harder and weirder, and you know, it's just a lot harder to figure everything out. And in Elden Ring, the reason I hate it is because they take this to the extreme. While they don't have as many shitty encounters anymore with like archers that are shooting you from all over the fucking place, it's a lot better in that aspect. But the bosses are all like super spurgs that are just like flipping out all over the place. And like you can barely even play the game against them. That is why I hate Elden Ring. Otherwise, the game, like, as an exploration game, was kind of neat. But I just absolutely despise their boss design. Because the game isn't designed for it. Like, it's designed with like a Silent Hill gameplay system. Like, it's Silent Hill, but it's, like, slightly better. Because you have, like, a dodge roll and you can run. But otherwise, it's basically like fighting dogs in Silent Hill with the plank. Like it's intentionally slow, and you're intentionally locked into every single animation. You can't, if you press an attack and you see, oh, okay, the boss is doing something, you can't cancel your animation, you can't react to it. You have to preemptively know that you can press the button. Like that's how it's designed. And I just do not like it at all. That's why I like Sekiro. Like I think Sekiro is one of the best games ever made. And it's also a FromSoft game. And it's also a Souls-like. But it's just done in a much, much better way.
Stand down. Die.
Honestly, the mob bosses were like the least of an issue. It was just the normal mobs. Like every single map where the normal mobs was the issue. Like when you get down to the docks. Dark Souls 2 Sin, is that a DLC? I think I tried doing the DLCs, but the DLCs, it's just like everything is just high level. I don't know. I did not enjoy the DLCs at all. I started skipping them. What do we want here? We want Holy Aura for now. Well, I mean, it's not that bad to say that. Because often it's true. But it depends on like what you mean with like Dark Souls. Like you have to elaborate which aspect of Dark Souls is it like. And generally when somebody says that it's Souls-like, it's like either it's that loop of going in and dying to learn the pattern, and then repeating that until you figure it out. It's like either that, or it's like gameplay-esque, which is basically you can walk and swing a sword. But generally, I think that's what people mean. Did I take the fragment? Yeah, I did take the fragment. Dragon's Dogma can be considered Dark Souls in a way. I don't think so. I mean, it depends on what specifically you're referring to, but because there have been RPGs before Dark Souls, and that's why I think generally when you talk about a Souls-like, you mean that aspect of it. The whole repeatedly dying and trying to get further in the level. Kind of. I mean, it's the core Dark Souls philosophy is really just Nintendo games, like NES games, like old school games. That's basically the core philosophy of Dark Souls. And then they added like action, combat, and RPG stats to it. But otherwise, it's basically like Adventure Island or something. Ghouls and goblins.
Stand down or die.
And I don't mind, like, I don't mind that niche. I don't think the going in and, like, dying and having to start over and figure that out part, I don't think that's bad. Right? There's a very big difference for me between something I don't like and what's bad. And the Dark Souls gameplay is, like, borderline between the two. Like, I think it's kind of bad, but at the same time, I think a system that's designed to be bad and restrictive on purpose has, like, it can serve a function. Because what it can do is it can make the game a lot more atmospheric. Like, if Dark Souls had Devil May Cry gameplay, it would not be even remotely as atmospheric as it is. So the fact that it is more restrictive and it's more like all in whenever you press a button, that adds to that. But it also is, in my opinion, worse gameplay. But the boss design, I think, is genuinely really, really awful. Because most of the time they're just flailing. And half the time you can beat the flailing by like strafing to the right around the boss as well. Like, that's usually the strat. In Dark Souls 3, that's pretty much the strat for every single boss. Like, just strafe to the right around him, and he'll miss every single fucking thing that he does. Like, if you go into Dark Souls with that general approach, strafe to the right, or strafe to the left, that generally is strong approach. So that's just how it is. Yeah, exactly. Like that is the Silent Hill effect. Restricted gameplay does makes you feel more vulnerable. Of region. Covers stolen book. Huh? Oh, you're kidding me. After I killed the bird boss, I forgot to pick up the books, apparently. You have to go all the way back. And the map doesn't work. Probably have to kill the boss again then. And Dark Souls bosses is mostly just rolling. Like, that's why I don't like it, because I don't think it's skill-based gameplay. Like, it is, but it isn't. Because all it is learning to time the roll on the boss, pretty much. And then some bosses just have weird... Like, it's just hard to read when to roll, and you just need to learn. It's like playing DDR or something. You just have to learn the roll pattern, and then you can go in and attack. In Sekiro, it's reactive to what the boss is doing, and often you have ways to counter what the boss is doing. Like, if the boss is jumping up into the air, you can shuriken him and he'll fall down. And stuff like that. And certain attacks have certain ways to approach it. And that's why I think Sekiro is a good game and has good gameplay, while Dark Souls doesn't really have much gameplay. Like, it's just dodge rolling. And then you attack the boss a little bit when he's not doing his pattern. Because it's not a game that has counterplay. Like, the only counterplay in the game is... if you know... Oh, we almost died there. If you know the pattern exactly, then maybe you know some point in the, like, boss's pattern where you can attack and stagger him or something. But that's very specific to, like, certain builds and certain weapons. And I would say probably pretty rare, but often just having a high damage build just like negates the bosses, because you just go in and attack them and then they start staggering and then you do more damage and then they just die. Like, that's the difference between a good build and a bad build in Dark Souls. Like if you have a bad build, not only do you kill the bosses faster, but you have to do the mechanics less. So you have less of a chance of dying. Where am I going? In Thetima. Okay, there. Is Sekiro open world? It's been a while since I played it. I don't really remember exactly how much, but to some degree it has paths,
Farewell.
just like Dark Souls. It's more like Dark Souls 1 in world design, kind of. I think it's maybe a bit more linear. But there is a definitely exploration in it. I mean, I like games like that too. For me, there just aren't any games that actually fulfill those criteria. Unless it's like an MMO. So where is the isle? There. The map is bugged online. It's super annoying. Return to the stranded captain. I've played too much video games, it's hard to please me. I've tried Alone I think, but it's too much of a meme for me. Kenshi is like completely unplayable. If you ask me, if someone asked me if Kenshi was a game, I would say no. The central map distresses me. Yeah, I know I don't like it either. But it's been like the norm for ARPGs for decades. Like since Diablo 1, this is just how it's been. You have the minimap up there, but it's so far away. I would prefer it if the minimap was like down here, maybe. Maybe if it was here or something, it would be useful for me. Or like where the mana is. When you're playing, you kind of get used to the map being there, to be honest. Unless you have autism and you don't get used to things. Kenshi is going and finding a copper node, and then you stand at the copper node for like 5 hours before you can start playing the game. Like, just so weird. It's way too unfinished. Like, I just cannot even consider it a game. It's like a funny meme. More health regen? Should get that poison rest, though I don't really need more resistance right now. No, I shouldn't get the resistance. Because I'm probably gonna get rid of it. No, I'm not sure if I'll get rid of it. It might be Sigils of Hope that I get rid of.
If you wish for Lagon's temple to be your tomb, then so be it.
Yeah, what other option do you have? Because the start is either like you pick an origin that already has starts or like built up something, or you have to find some way to abuse the game so that you can build skill so you can do anything. Like that. That's Kenshi in a nutshell. But I guess you can maybe start with a character that isn't total dog shit. CDDA as well. I wish CDDA was a little bit better. I was thinking about trying it again the other day. See if they finally fixed 3D vision. I doubt it. Until they fix 3D vision, I don't want to play it. And they're never gonna fix 3D vision, so...
Stand down or die.
Moonstaff? Elemental damage? Lightning damage? Potential? When you're leveling, like, even a white item has potential. Because all you need to do is put the prefixes on it. You don't need to have suffixes, so as long as you can get decent prefixes on it, it'll carry you for a long time if you get a good weapon. You can fight your way up? No, come on. If you start with at like 0 skill, you cannot fight your way up. You have to like fight a door or something. Like I was pretty sure that was what people were doing. They were like fighting things that couldn't fight back. Like when I tried playing it, every single strat I could find was just abusing something. And he's back. Yeah, no, it's just way too wonky for me. We should try CDDA again. It's like the most boring streams ever, but I wanna set like zombie evolution to like 100th the speed as it is normally. I feel like you have to be able to enjoy Kenshi in the same way people enjoyed Dwarf Fortress. Like just making up random stories that they think are funny. But I don't think playing it as like a game mechanically is like works at all. I don't really think Dwarf Fortress works for that either. They're just way too jank. They just live on that look at this funny story I generated thing, kind of. Which is fine to a degree, but not for me. Not anymore. So where are we going? Here? I think this is probably the wrong way. The zombie game, Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. It's an assy game though, so if you don't appreciate Dwarf Fortress, for example, then it'll be hard to enjoy. But it's also that, like, you have to enjoy the, like, stories in it, kind of. But it at least has some more mechanics. Like things you can do, like build cars and stuff and build houses. It's kind of a neat game, but they barely get anywhere because they're not making a game. They're making a reality sim, and they're not like thinking about it as a game enough. So like all of the reality sim things that they've implemented just don't work as a game. So it's just like completely broken. But I've heard that they supposedly fixed some of the major issues that I had with it. For example, zombies did not used to have the ability to not see you. Like if you were in vision for a zombie, they would see you no matter what, and they would come for you instantly. So you could not see a zombie without him seeing you unless your vision was longer than the zombie's vision range. And it was like completely unplayable. Because no matter, like if you tried to go outside, you couldn't check if it was safe in any way without zombies just coming for you instantly. It was a huge problem. I mean, the main issue I have with them is that they're not finished. Like Dwarf Fortress is like the least finished game ever. It barely works. And that's why I say that you have to be able to enjoy this little silly stories and stuff. The game just barely works. And I think they have fixed some of it in the Steam version, but then the Steam version also ruined as much as it fixed, as far as I know. But like if you played it pre-Steam, you were basically forced to abuse, otherwise the game didn't work. You had to do like quantum storage and stuff like that. Yeah, I tried Project Zomboid, but to me it's just like CDDA but boring, because it has like better controls and interfaces and stuff, but there's just less to do and there's just less depth to it. I kind of feel like you have to play it with friends. I don't have any friends to play with that are in my time zone. Quite frankly, I don't really like playing multiplayer games anymore. It's kind of annoying. I'm pretty sad that my Void Knight died, to be honest. That build was fucking sweet. He was just annihilating everything. I don't know. I don't know if it's decent, I just know that it has it. No, Dwarf Fortress is way less finished than random other shitty games. Armor stands don't work. They haven't worked in 10 years.
You chose this.
They have never fixed armor stands. I will never get over armor stands. I don't play PvP games. I get way too pissed off. I mean, I don't get like
I am losing my patience.
yelly like that, but I really hate playing PvP games nowadays.
You are a fool.
I joined for PlanetSide when Kibbs did those PlanetSide events or community events ages ago, and I was like angry for a week straight after that.
Lagon.
I used to be only about PvP, but nowadays I've kind of given up on it entirely.
To protect everyone.
Because I know I always just get annoyed and I don't really get anything out of it. +2 attunement. Okay, not that interesting. Whatever. Trash. Where do we want to go here now? Fire penetration. Still not enough. Ward region. Ward retention. Yeah, I don't like team games. Like playing League of Legends or something, I just can't do it. The only way I could do that is at like pro level, and I don't really want to do that either. Because I just don't want to put that effort into it. Like fighting, I used to play fighting games. I played fighting games religiously for like 10 years. But I don't really want to deal with that anymore either. I tried finding somebody to play a little bit of fighting games with, but nobody wants to play. Nobody plays fighting games. And this boss, again, is just a copy-paste of Goliath from Diablo 3. Which is why a lot of people who recognize that find this game pretty cheap, which is understandable. Which is very sad. I don't like that they kind of cheaped out and just did reference stuff. Reference design. I think we're doing really good damage, actually. This guy is way too tanky, normally. I like co-op games. I also don't really mind PvP where I can just kind of do it myself. That's why I did start playing Dirt Rally a little bit. Holy shit! What the fuck was up with that damage? Because that seemed a little bit nicer. It's like you're just competing against yourself and then you just compare it against other people. But the problem with fighting games is that they always have dog shit matchups and stuff. There's always some character that's super fucking OP broken. And you have to deal with other people too much as well. I mean, if you can find a small community that wants to play, that's fine, but it's hard. Especially in a small country like Sweden.
Can you survive my spores? Your blood will be but a drop in my ocean. Is that the best you can do?
Oh, holy shit. Okay. It's a little bit too hard to tell sometimes in this game that there's a damage circle on the ground. That's generally a big problem in ARPGs. In Path of Exile, it's like it's been an ongoing issue in that the community have had since the start. Like they make purple enemies and they make purple floor and then they add like purple circles that you have to see. Yeah, Sweden is a small country. And my village is smaller than that.
A drop in my ocean. Is that the best you can do? Enough!
And he's dead.
I'm tired of this.
You have to be careful here, because the monsters he spawned when you were down there are still alive, and he'll come and fuck you up once that disappears. There. If you don't pay attention, he can kill you. Belt. So yeah, back in the day when I was playing fighting games, you couldn't play online. Like, there was no online play. So I had 2 friends in town that I played with. Nowadays you can play online, but it's still very limited because you can't play fighting games online with anybody. You can only play with people with decent connections within a certain radius in the world. Low level, you get pretty much the same legendaries over and over again, or uniques. Increased damage, increased ward gain on potion use, necrotic resistance, reduced duration of stuns on you. Your potions grant ward instead of health. Okay. Don't really care. Most uniques are pretty garbage. But that's just like in PoE. Like, they're meant to be like leveling items or like to enable very specific builds. Or for very specific builds. That has potential. We almost doubled our damage there. That is true. It is a problem to play online. Because certain attacks if you're playing Guilty Gear, for example, certain overheads, meaning normally you block low, you're crouching and you're blocking, but certain attacks that hit high, you have to block standing. And certain attacks can be like, this is a 9-frame reaction time. And that's tight offline. You have to kind of predict it and react to it at the same time. But when you're playing online, now you have 2 frames delay. So now it's a 7-frame reaction time. And then you have you're not playing on a CRT monitor, so you have a monitor that, or if you're playing on a TV, you might have like 3 extra frames of delay on it. Yeah. That's what we call an unblockable.
Greetings.
Oh, this is for the bear set. Increased melee damage, melee stun, critical strike chance with swipe. Why is it melee physical damage though? That's kind of sad.
Care of yourself.
I wanted to make an ice melee guy. Primalist. That is unfortunate. And this is Bandit Shield. Blurry. It's another Primalist set. Oh well. I want to play this. Want to make a druid that uses this and just uses physical spells. But otherwise, there are pretty much no uniques worth using there. Do I need a new belt? That one's pretty good, actually. Increased fire damage. See if we can do something here. Attunement. And then we need elemental resistance. Oh, come on. You used up all my potential, you bitch. I still think it's better though. No, we're a little bit under cap now, but what do we have here? Poison res, elemental, lightning, necrotic, cold, fire damage, vitality. I have so few. Well, that was enough. Fire penetration with melee attacks. Nope. If I put it in there, I'm gonna forget about it, but... Meh. I think I'll just sell all of that.
Greetings.
Now it's the final stretch to the last boss. I think I just sold things I didn't want to sell. Maybe not. Alright.
Greetings. Take care of yourself.
You're back. I only no. It will be a long road to Majelka after, but
More damage? I don't know what to do with this. Blind chance? Do I want to blind enemies? I could. Let's go get spreading flames there. And here, less damage taken.
how did you enjoy Gladys? I do. Unfortunately, I do it only. It's the only
Blah 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 blah. Oh my god.
pass system.
Does it work on bosses? Probably. But I don't know what blind does in this game. If it's just a mischance, and if it is, then it's probably a reduced effectiveness on bosses. But it's probably still not bad. These Rune of Shattering, they get replenished at the vendors now and then, so they're good to buy. Or check for. But generally, a good defensive skill is just the way to go, to be honest. You can use Holy Aura as a defense skill, if you want. If you go over here, it gets a cooldown, or a longer cooldown. It already has a cooldown. And then it gives you Ward, which is like extra health temporarily. And you can make it give you that. You can also get more elemental resistance, but that's kind of meaningless. It'll just help you gear. But right now we're using Rebuke. The main issue with Rebuke is that you have to know when an attack is going to land, otherwise you might miss it and then you just die. Generally the best defensive skill is just teleporting out of there, but sometimes when you're fighting a lot of monsters and you just can't really tell what's going on, it's nice to have a button that just gives you extra defenses for a while. I mean, that's the way how it is in PoE as well. You have defensive flasks and stuff that you equip. You use whenever it feels like stuff's about to hit the fan. The problem in PoE is that it's not that you use it on reaction. You have to use it preemptively all the time. You're basically pressing 1, 2, 3, 4 every single 3 seconds. Oh god, I hate PoE so much. Oh, the flask system is so trash. It was a good attempt to mitigate the issues with having to buy flasks all the time and replenishing them, but it just does not work. Done. It could work if the damage in PoE wasn't so spiky. They should honestly just like nerf the ever-living shit out of Leech. Like they should just delete Leech from the game. It should be like 100th as strong as it is.
I thought there's an unfought day of iron. Now they're no better than the gossip.
The two main issues that make PoE the way it is that they made sustain too powerful. So you can't die. Like, you literally cannot die. Unless they put in enemies in the game that just one-shot you in one hit. Because the average player just regenerates or leeches so much life that you just can't die from sustained damage. It's not a thing in the game. And that's why it's so spiky. Like, things just have to kill people in one frame, otherwise the game doesn't work anymore. And that's why they need to remove that. But at the same time, the game isn't advanced enough. Yeah, I mean, you have to spec leech to some degree, right? But barely even. But like that's the first issue. But the second issue is also just that people just one-shot the entire screen. Like, if you're not playing an attack that one-shots the entire screen, then you're playing a bad build. That's just that's just facts. And because people are just going one-shotting the entire screen at lightning speed, enemies don't have time to hit you either, unless they make like a champion like explode on death, which they have moved away from, or they make enemies like explode corpses, which they have also moved away from a bit, I think, or they make them do ludicrous amounts of damage and just one-shot you randomly. But when you play hardcore in PoE, you also learn that you can't just go into whichever map. Like, you have to pay attention to where you're going. If you just go into every single map, you will die. Like, it just doesn't work that way, because there are certain maps that don't work for certain builds. Like, if there's physical reflect and you go in, then you're dead. If you're a physical build, you just have to not do those maps. Those maps just don't exist for you. And you also have to learn which modifiers to not do. Like, if there's crit on a map on hardcore, you don't do it. It's that simple. If a map has crit, you don't do it. But yeah, like, it's... You basically have to... It's like playing Dark Souls. Like, you have to go in, and you just have to die 100 million times, and you have to, like, figure out so many fucking things in the game just to play normally. It's just annoying. It's not good. I do play endgame, but I also always just make builds for fun. And that's also why it annoys me extra, because I notice even more just how trash the average build is. Because you just can't play the game with a meme build. It doesn't work. Do we get it now? We get it now. Alright. Let's unspec. Should we unspec Holy Aura first? Because I'm not sure which skill we actually want here. And then we do that, 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 that. And that. And then we see what it looks like. Yes, it fits the theme. There. Now we're officially playing a full dot build. It just depends on if it sucks or not. It seems kind of shit for some reason. But we are still missing a lot of nodes. Like that does really, really pathetic damage. But wait, does it do... Is this an initial hit now, only? Now hits and deals spell void damage, but no longer inflicts abyssal decay. Okay, so... Now it does fire damage. But it does no AoE damage, or it does no damage over time. No abyssal decay. Where can we get more damage then? Spell void damage. Vorpal reverberation. That's this one. Okay, so we can get more damage here. We can get armor shred. It has no Abyssal Decay, so this doesn't apply. Increased attack speed, melee, throwing. There's not much we can do. We can get the damage there. And we can get the shred here. And if I go up here, we can make it targeted, which could be cool. I don't really like that it's like around myself like this. And this skill is... It's still kind of expensive, but it's a lot cheaper. Like half as expensive as Sigils of Hope. Okay, so now we are no longer a dot build. But we are a... Here, what we need is increased elemental damage and increased fire damage. That way, because if you get spell damage, that doesn't scale Ignite, right? And damage over time scales Ignite very, very strongly, as you can see, 307% there. But it doesn't scale the direct hit from Abyssal Echoes or from Sigils of Hope. So it needs to be fire damage. So we need increased elemental damage and increased fire damage. And let's get rid of Sigils of Hope then. I didn't really like the spell anyway. And go back to Holy Aura. Where we also get more Ignite chance. This is melee hit, we don't want that. This is a very, very weak chance though. But sure, let's stack that. So Abyssal Echoes goes there. Holy Aura goes there. And then we need to get Ignite chance. And this skill needs to be passed on target. So right now it does nothing. It's terrible.
Stand down or die.
No, it does have a high Ignite chance, but it doesn't really say. Like... Ignite chance, 8%. Okay. And this gives it 150% Ignite chance. So that should mean that it'll apply to... If we get the next node, it should have... it should apply 2 stacks of Ignite always. And then it does do damage over time. So it depends on how much damage Ignite does, because we could just go damage over time and just have this do Ignite damage, like just stack Ignite with it. But the Ignite is doing such weak damage now, I'm not really sure it is viable. Let's get that. How many times does it chain by default? Is it 0? No, it does chain by default. Is this a road? No. This has got to be dog shit. Like 12% chance to ignite. I mean, if it applies to this ability too, maybe.
The Scalebane were never meant to be common thugs. The Scalebane used these to stage ambushes on people and trader caravans. Makes me sick to see them exploit our people like this.
Whoa! Big bad boy. Increased elemental damage over time on belt. Take that. Come on. Those are not enemies. We don't have to care about those. Leave them alone, dude. Point there. Higher penetration.
These tombs supposedly hold untold levels of wealth.
Ouch!
I'd love to clear them out at some point, but we've got far too much to do right now.
How do you get more ignite damage then? Other than... Like, I already have what should be good damage for ignite, but... Why does ignite seem so trash? If we try equipping this, ignite goes up by 8. That's not much. Very confused. Does it just scale by stacking it? Is that how you're meant to scale it? Maybe you're meant to apply like 10 stacks. Uh, you can go over here. Get 80% more damage here, but I like the chains. So let's just get that. Oh, this is guaranteed armor shred stacks. Oh, that's kind of neat. Wait. I don't care about that. Do I? Armor shred does not affect damage over time. And this is damage over time. Okay, so we'll not go there. I'd rather go here then. So if we go here, then it blinds. This does nothing for us. So we have to take 2 useless points here, but then we get... we get this, which is 24% more damage over more damage over time taken. And this is an important distinction from just increased damage, because this looks like it's a very small number, but this compared to this over here, for example, this is plus 80% damage. If I already have 400% damage, this just gets added to that pool. Most likely. It says multiplicative with other modifiers, so it might still be good. But at the same time, this will also be multiplicative, because this will be final damage. So all my other modifiers will get multiplied by this in the end, before the enemy takes damage. So we don't get any echoes, so that's pointless. But it's like, this is level 10 already. If we remove this point, then we are level 9. That means we have 11 points. So we spend 8 points here. 8, 9, 10, 11. So then we would need 3 more points to max this out. But there's nothing else we can really take other than additional chains, and I don't really care. I'm very surprised how little damage it does, though. It might also simply be unbalanced.
I will shatter
Not everything is balanced.
you would seek to bind me. Freedom will be our future. My future. At any cost.
Farewell.
No one is to be. The temple is closed.
Was it just me that the author as the it is was it just that the author as the it is not mine.
Oh, she looks.
I am not sure if we can trust this friend of yours.
I help you.
But I trust you.
Stay safe, traveler.
Is penetration just for hits? Doesn't show penetration. Oh well.
I overheard what? You did a couple after, but that it's wet. And hey, if you're fancy a little, as bring me his head, of course. I'll be around here when the job's done.
Last area. But guaranteed blind is good too. Because that means we'll just have enemies more or less perma blinded. I wonder if damage over time ticks cannot ignite. But I don't have any ignite here. In fact, no, it does have ignite here. But this is hit by judgment. Nah, this is for judgment. I'm not sure where to go here though. High health enemies, 65% or higher. I guess that's where we'll go. Bee gloves! Sweet. I mean, you can make a bee glove build. If you're... also, especially if you're playing a summoner build, you can go bee build. When you're leveling, for sure. They're entirely viable as far as I know. Or so I've been told. Yeah. So we want more direct damage? Yes. Gonna use Rip Blood a lot to get cover all that lost health. Oh. I did make a Rip Blood build, it was kind of nice. I didn't get very far on it though. It's the first skill you start with. But you can spec it so it hits like the entire screen. It's kind of cool. Where are we going? Health regen. They're hurting me a little bit too much. I'm scared. What do we want to do now? Is there Ignite here? There is, but I think it's all for melee. Melee Ignite chance, yeah. But this spell, or this one, is really, really strong. However... that's a melee thing, melee... There's too much melee shit. I think we'll go here. Just more armor. Here you get more health, more damage, more mana, more healing efficiency. This one kind of sucks. %, increased armor and healing, reduced duration of stuns, so we can have 30% increased armor from this by just healing myself over and over. And Abyssal Echoes heals. So we should get all of those bonus things that give us super damage when we cast heals. Because we are healing. Every 3 seconds. I kind of don't know if I should stack health regen, because we are healing so much that it might be better to just have shitloads of health. Just avoid getting one-shotted. More damage. It still hits so pathetically. It's so bad. It does no damage. But maybe... No, the ignites are still terrible. Like, I don't get it. The ignites tick for like 150. This ticks for 800, 900. So it's like... And the direct hit as well does like 300 using Abyssal Echo. So it's like super pathetic on both the direct hit and the damage over time front. Holy shit. Yeah, this is where we're starting to get more mods and new armors and stuff. Ah.
Stand down or die. near. Farewell brings you here.
I don't know if you can make this guy give you more money, but every single time he gives me 20,000, so I'm happy with that.
Farewell. Stand down or die.
It doesn't go off randomly. As long as I just stand in my circle. The only thing that should be able to kill me is one-shots. Yeah, let's focus on health and armor instead of regen. Regen was the idea I had for my Void Knight, but that is gone. This is killing pretty heavily. Pretty good. Search the oasis for the signs of the merchants. Yeah, that's not here.
How they never... After you're done with your business in the temple, I sure wouldn't mind having you around. I may despite... I with all... What after that? Oh, come on. Where's that fighting spirit? It's going to work. It's not like you've got any other options.
Let's go put those uniques away before we die. Neighbor's dog is still barking, and her kid is home. He just yells at the dog now and then when he gets sick of it. It's a total waste to have void resistance there. You know, we shouldn't have any resistances on the armor. Bricked. I live in Thailand sometimes and get chased by entire packs of dogs on the streets. Changed my perspective on dogs. think it should change your perspective on people. But yeah, wild dogs are not friendly, necessarily. Can we put Ignite here? On hit, though. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Don't have enough chance to ignite. The fuck? Yeah, I mean, they're just animals. If they're just left alone and not raised properly, they fucking suck. That's just how it is. And my neighbor is a dog trainer. That's what's so funny about it. She's a dog trainer and she cannot teach her dog to not bark 24/7. Because she treats her dog like a person instead of a dog. Oh shit! Oh shit! That's pretty neat. When she got the dog, what she was doing, her training strategy was leaving the dog alone at home. Note, puppy, literally like 2 months old or less, alone at home for hours on end to teach it to not bark when it was home alone. I even talked to her, and the reasoning she had was that the dog just like is telling her to come home, like it's just demanding that she comes back. That's why it's barking. So she was just sitting out there waiting it out and like trying to like win in a battle of like, wills. A fucking moron. That is not how dogs work. At all. If it worked, it was by accident. Because the way you need to do it is you need to condition the dog into thinking that going out isn't a big deal and being alone isn't a big deal. And you do that by reassociating it with something positive. So every single time you go out, when you come back, it gets a treat. For example, if it didn't bark. And then it just starts associating you going out with something positive, which is a treat. And then it doesn't have panic attacks anymore because you go away and it doesn't know what's happening. But a dog can also, like, depending on the breed, a dog can become better with age because all dogs aren't barky. Like, it depends on the breed. Like, if you have a hunting dog, odds are it's gonna be barky as shit. And it's just gonna bark by nature. But if you have a dog that is less barky, as it grows older, it might just stop barking as much. But You can't, like, that's the only way to teach dogs. Like, you have to condition them. Because they're not people. They don't understand logic and reasoning in that way. It's not gonna self-reflect and be like, oh yeah, she's not coming home. Okay, there's no point in barking anymore. You know, I'm just gonna go to bed or whatever. Their brains just don't work that way. Crystal Mines. This is also a PoE map. Wow!
Stand down or die.
Boots! Don't kill me, dudes. Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that? +3 ride. That's actually kind of interesting. I think I'll save that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can train them to a lot of things. But the logic for the dog and the motivation to why it does the things is always treat. And it'll still do the trick, even if you don't give them a treat. It'll still do the trick. Because it just associates that with getting something. But it's not doing the trick because it's like, I love doing this trick or something. Maybe I can use teleport as a damage ability sometimes. Ah, we're running out of mana if I do that. Opulent. Nope. It wants to please its master for treats. Like that's how it works. That's why if you have a dog and you're like call it in, you should always give your dog a treat. If you call it in and it comes when you call, you should always give your dog a treat every single time. The only issue with that is that your dog is going to want to go outside and then come in to get a treat. But that's a lot better than the dog not coming when you call. Sweet only diet? Wow. Well, as long as it's a full carnivore diet, that's fine. I don't mind that. My parents give our dog like canned dog food with like rice or potatoes in it. I don't like that. It's better to feed it a sweet. As long as we're not talking turnips. Even maxed out, that still sucks.
Oh, not where she. If we don't look at trust, let's go fill their numbers a bit, shall we?
And now we've got to seal the bird. Yeah, this chapter is really long. Should I get the blind now? Yeah, let's go get the blind. They can eat anything, but so can people. Doesn't mean it's good for them. Increased fire damage. It's a little bit difficult. Oh, shit. It's a little bit difficult to gear a caster. Because it's so much harder to get flat damage bonuses. That's like the best. Because there are so many ways to get... There's so many ways to get increased damage percentages on like all items, but getting more flat damage is like impossible. Alright, that was it.
Try not to fall off. All we got to do is steer Talon towards the temple, and she should take care of the rest of us. It looks like the Osprix weren't a fan of us borrowing their berth. Get ready for a fight.
Because it's weird, because this staff is super strong. It has 62 spell damage.
Grab onto something.
And they have a really large bonus to elemental damage. Yet it still seems like it's shite. I can't tell, but it feels like there are more items available online. I don't know if that is the case. That's typically how seasons worked in Diablo stuff. Well, they didn't have offline modes. Diablo 2 did, but Diablo 2 or Diablo 3 always had like the current season, and all items weren't available. You only had previous seasons items and stuff on the previous season. At least for the few seasons that they added things. It was like 3 seasons that they added items. It was not a lot. Nah. Oh! Don't hurt me.
Stand down or die.
Another relatively negative thing about Rebuke is that you have to hold it. It's not like other defensives where you can just press it and you get like a burst of defense in some way or another. So if you panic and you just press it, then it does nothing. And then you put it on cooldown and then you die. It's a little bit finicky. Is where we want to go down. Is that as good as it looked? 58% increased physical damage. Increased melee attack speed amulet. Yeah, that's pretty good. This way. This map is a total maze. Primalist body. Not here. It's not this either, is it? Oh, you can't even go up there. You can, but that's not my current issue. It depends on what your spells scale with. Like if I look at Judgment here, it says that it scales with strength and it scales with attunement. The strength, because it has a two-part, right? It's an attack, a melee attack, and it's a ground AoE thing. The physical attack or the melee attack scales with strength, and the ground AoE thing scales with attunement. This skill here also scales with attunement, but the problem is that well, it adds flat damage apparently, which should be good. But even with 122 increased elemental damage there, and here we have 260% fire damage. Plus, it's supposed to apply ignites. It applies almost 3 ignite stacks, and I have 300% increased elemental damage over time. Yet ignite is doing no damage whatsoever. And the skill also barely does any damage. It doesn't have enough percent increase or whatever. I don't know, it's weird. It should at least do decent hit damage right now. Kind of weird that it doesn't. So which stat is like the damage scaling stat varies from class to class. It's not as simple as int increasing spell damage. If you play a Void Knight and you play like a spell casting Void Knight, your damage increases with vitality. But it sets on each skill what they scale with. Almost there. Holy shit.
Stand down or die.
Boss time. Now it blinds. Wait, hold on. No, this doesn't work. We can't go there. It's Abyssal Decay that does that. And I don't have that. And this is also Abyssal Decay. But this Vorpal Reverberation, it says that this here is this is converted to fire. But does that really apply? This applies to the initial hit if you have the potent corruption node. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. So, what the fuck? So we can't really do that much then. We can get this, and then we can make it chain more. We can make it slow. But we can spend all our points here. If we just max out that and get a couple of chains, then it's maxed out. I think, yeah. It'll be fine. Internet gave up? Oh no.
Stand down or die.
Entering the upper temple. We're almost there. Let's just hope the boss doesn't one-shot me. Anyway. But we are maxed out on all resistances. We have almost 1,000 health. We have Giga Regen. We should be fine. I might make Holy Aura give me ward. I kind of like being able to preemptively press the defensive button. That gives me more health or more whatever. Ah, there's no point. I'm I am perfectly capable of killing the boss right now. But she can be a little bit tricky. The later bosses are... some of them are weird. Like they have like one attack that is weird to not get hit by, and it does shitloads of damage. Like the fat tree boss in the ice area. Just like randomly one-shots you through maxed out resistances and everything. It's weird. We'll be fine. Feel pretty confident in this build. Well, except for this last skill. I don't know about that one. Don't kill me. More armor. You can just stand in things with Rebuke, it's kind of nice. So now we want just increase AoE.
Pathetic peasant.
Whoa! Oh, let's not get too cocky. Oh.
Were you hoping to find Majasa human? Here is your death. Watch yourself.
Why?
Ormus, aid me! Nothing can stop me! Nothing!
What is the boy doing here? Who cares? Okay, she's done. Boss time. This is the last boss.
What do you think you're doing, my pitiful vessel maiden?
I am breaking the cycle. I refuse to be your sacrifice.
Disgraceful. Rage is unbecoming of you, child.
This is not rage. For millennia, the vessel maidens have died.
This is an unskippable cutscene, by the way.
Now feel the unending abyss of their despair.
What are you doing?
Why don't you show our guest the torment that now fills?
What's happening? Get out of my mind!
Go. I kind of want to return first. Assuming that the town portals still work. So we have a bunch of quests. Return here. Return to Maran Zabat. Where is that? The Oasis. I wanted to save this in case I die. Plus 3 to Rive, 114% increased melee damage on armor. That's pretty damn nice. And Rive is a really nice skill, I like using it. I wanted to make sure we don't lose that. Should we YOLO make some weapons? See, we have this one. And we can put fire damage on it. Is this the right fire damage? Increased fire damage, yeah. No forging potential, never mind that. Crash. Let's break it. And now I noticed that I don't actually have enough shards to really... Ah, trash. Nah. Nah. I have to go to the Oasis, apparently. Please tell me he's next to the waypoint. Yes.
Good day, Trevor. Farewell.
Alright, we did not get a level up or anything. I don't know if my teleport is still there now. If it's not, I'm gonna be a little bit upset. It's not here. Alright, so we have to run all the way to the boss again. From the upper temple. Come on, guys. They don't respawn in a couple of minutes. They respawn every single time you exit the map and re-enter the map. If you're playing offline, it can be a bit of a problem. I think they fixed it a little bit, but before, if you dropped an item, but you couldn't fit it in your inventory, and you used a town portal and went back to town, and then you wanted to go back and pick it up, you couldn't, because every single time you exit the map resets. That includes all the items on the ground as well. Did I mention that the game is in beta? It's honestly, it's the best ARPG beta I've played by far, but it's still absolutely beta. There are still very, very many jank things going on. But when you're playing online, and I think offline now as well, I think items are saved on the ground, but it still resets the map. So all the enemies will return. Which can be a good thing if you want to grind, but usually you just don't really grind that much. I did go back to and grind earlier because I didn't have enough necrotic resistance for the necrotic area. So... Can you just skip this? No, you can't. God damn it. And when you get to maps, it becomes a lot easier to get resources for crafting and stuff, because on the map, since you can target kind of what you're farming, you can go for fragments, and you get bonus fragments every map you finish. And you can go for glyphs, these little scrolls here as well. And it just becomes a lot easier. Oh, I have to watch the cutscene again. Oh, you bitch.
I am breaking the cycle. I refuse to be your sacrifice.
Disgraceful. Rage is unbecoming of you, child.
This is not right. For millennia, the vessel maidens have died so you could live. Now feel the unending abyss of their despair.
What are you doing?
Why don't you show our guest the torment that now fills?
What's happening? Get out of my mind.
Okay. So, Smite might be shit. Like, it might not be very useful. But we'll see. Because once you get to maps, the game becomes more about quickly clearing packs, and there having a teleport might be a lot more useful. But we'll see. This boss is mainly about avoiding her bullshit. And when I say bullshit, I mean the eye thing she does. That one.
This is your doom.
Oh shit. Pretty scary damage. What? It's over. I stood in her thing. I pressed Q, but it apparently didn't trigger fast enough. Oh well. Next character. Primalist. I don't have anything better to do. I'm sick and tired and I don't want to watch TV. Here we go, second character. The boss is actually harder as a caster. By a lot, actually. Those crystals that she summoned that shoots a bunch of spells at you, they die instantly to melee, because they're weak to melee. But if you only have spells, they take forever to kill. And then you have to dodge her bullshit, and you have to dodge, you know, everything else that's going on. Unfortunately, I didn't have a... I did not have a proper teleport skill. Like, yeah. You want a movement skill. Give me an ability! Ice Thorns! I hate Ice Thorns. It's so shit. It's so ugly. It's literally the lamest skill in the entire game. Now we're going to play a melee ice build with a pet. And we're gonna use the cat, the kitty cat. How do I not get tired of this? Well, I do. It's not quite yet. Why do I have no money? We'll have access to other characters. Was this character not properly solo account found? Let's restart the game, because there's a patch. Oh, it's almost 2 gigs. Did you call that a hotfix? Fixed a rare bug which could lead to large online save data rollouts. You mean like my entire... like everything disappearing entirely? Like we just... which would... like what just happened? I actually don't know. Let's go back. Let's check my stream on YouTube. Go back to the very beginning. Yeah, no. I had not set the character to the right mode. It was in hardcore, but not solo account found. So, oh, all the items we just found are gone now. Again! Fixed the bug where Druid transform builds could somehow end up with scrambled action bars with correct and mispositioned abilities, which also caused the human form action bar to become blank. Fixed the bug where traversal skills such as lunge would consume more than 1 charge of the ability when used, also consumed more than 1 charge of other traversal skills that share a cooldown. Fixed the bug where an uninteractable reward rock could sometimes appear in Echo of a World, preventing interacting with the real reward rock. This happened. You also get weird uninteractable reward rocks when you kill the bosses in the endgame. Fixed a bug which caused ability use to be prevented if you were holding down a key after using a movement ability. This caused dancing strikes to be used much less frequently when holding the button than when rapidly pressing it. This bug happens a lot after using certain abilities like Void Cleave, I noticed. Fixed a bug where quick selling items was not blocked on the client while gambling. This could cause the client... Oh yeah, I forget that you can gamble. This could cause the client to become out of sync with the server, with items appearing to be duplicated or lost. This was a visual/client-side bug. No items were lost or duplicated. Fixed a bug where the Lyeth and Tetaima quests could get stuck on the Speak with Yulia in Tetaima objective. Fixed some skill passive and affix typos. Okay. Boy. I have a headache. I want to eat cheese so bad. But I'm not gonna avoid eating cheese. I'm thawing a heart. Have you ever seen a heart? It's just food, so like I can show it on stream, even if it is gore. I've got a heart there. I'm not sure exactly how to prepare it. I'm thinking of just putting it in some kind of brine and then running it in the oven for like 3 hours. And we'll see how it turns out. Just the whole thing instead of cutting it up or something. I made soup out of my previous heart and it was kind of not great. It's a cow heart. Yeah, Okab was talking about chicken hearts, but this is the first time I've ever seen heart in the store. That was why I bought it. I bought like 6 kilos of heart. Oh, I have a little bit of heart to go through there.
Greetings, traveler. Care to see my wares?
Here, as this guy, you should buy a rod or a wand for leveling.
Carry on then.
Because Ice Thorns is your first ability and it's a spell. So if you just buy a wand, it does way more damage. And the reason I say wand is because the staff actually doesn't really have more. It has the same spell damage. And now you can get an offhand, I think, if you're lucky. The main benefit of the staff is that it has higher. Does this need a melee weapon? In that case, no, you can still do this with a wand. Never mind then. What do we get? Tome of Elements. I know, now we have our own dog that's barking. And as always, we get the resistance node. Die, bear! Stupid bear. I'm a little bit disappointed with the Primalist in this game, because I don't feel like you can play it as a barbarian well enough. Like, I don't feel like I'm playing a barbarian. And I miss that archetype. Because I feel like everything that you wanted to play the barbarian for in Diablo 3, or everything that you play the Marauder for in Path of Exile, they're all just Sentinel builds now. And this guy is more like a spellcaster only. He does feel more like a D2 druid. Like, you can still play him as a melee, but it's about the transforms and stuff. You can make melee builds with pets too, if you want to use like only swipe and stuff. But it kind of demands that you use pets. Which I guess is okay, but sometimes you kind of just want to be a big fat dude without any pets, you know? We got here. Stunning shrine. Let's pop the wolf in there. Or wolf damage. Ah!
There's nowhere to run. Surrender.
We're never getting to endgame. I'm just gonna die every single time. You don't have to avoid this guy. Yeah, exactly. I like Warcry. I am going to use Warcry.
Did Balthus send you? Riley's forces are not finished with us. We don't have much time before more of them arrive.
We'll see. I'm not entirely sure. I might go Maelstrom. But I might not. I might go Swipe and Tempest Strike. I will.
Hello.
Gonna jump right past you. Oh, come here. Especially since I'm... Well, I'm honestly not speedrunning that much whenever I play. I kill way too many monsters. Chug the bear in 2 minutes? Was it a big bear or a small bear? If it's a small bear, then that sounds completely normal. This guy is actually a little bit spooky. .5 liters, that's a big bear. I mean, yeah. But I've played the game... I played the story probably like 12 times at this point, so...
Terra watch over you. Gods.
We're gonna be an axe boy, I think. It's unfortunate to drink your beer fast when you want to savor it. I still have some Disaronno in my fridge, but That's a lot of sugar. What's that? It's... I don't know what to say. It's like a whiskey-based liquor.
Yes? God be with you.
It tastes like I imagine rum tastes. But rum doesn't taste like that. Rum tastes terrible. But that's because this one is so sweet. Yeah, I'm not gonna... Put that totem down. I honestly kind of don't like that certain abilities are locked to certain specs. I kind of don't like the spec system. It's probably my almost my only gripe with the game at the moment. It's too limiting.
Gods be with you.
More damage. Age. Well, gin should be aged. It should be aged until it's undrinkable and then you throw it away. God, I hate gin. I mean, I've never really been much of an alcohol guy. I've only tried it recently. I've only tried one gin, so maybe there are better gins. But it was not good. Oh, we almost died again. Whew. What's going on over here? Okay, so equip new shitty armor, new shitty boots, new shitty helmet. Equip that maybe. I mean, for now that is better. But we have swipe now. Meaning we can use swipe. Swipe and Tira's Blessing. Get rid of Ice Thorns. Put Leap there. There we go. Let's take a look at swipe. You can give swipe lightning damage. I mean, it's a bit hard. So here, for example, it'll use Northern Winds. Northern Winds is a cold spell. This is also a melee attack. So can I even use an axe with this and it makes sense? Because we could play like ice and lightning at the same time. We'll have leap. We'll have war cry. We'll have a pet, the saber tooth. And then we have 2 buttons left. So that's... It could be swipe, but swipe only has lightning damage available. Tempest strike. Does physical, but can you convert it to lightning or ice? And see, this is the problem with Primalist. I feel like it's too weird. Like it's just like, what the hell how do I build this? I feel like to play Tempest Strike, I would have to play with a scepter. Like if I don't play with a scepter, how is Tempest Strike viable? I'm only drinking beer today because I want to get up earlier tomorrow. Yeah, that makes no sense to me. And this is increased melee damage. So yeah, I don't know. Like... And this as well, Maelstrom is a spell. And if that's a spell, then again, then it doesn't scale with just using a melee weapon. But added spell damage seems kind of weak anyway. But I'm gonna try Tempest Strike and Swipe together, mainly. We'll see. I do like Maelstrom, though. You mean you're at the age where you're an alcoholic? Drinking beer to sleep better? I mean, you're not doing it every day, but I know people who are. And that is the surefire way to become an alcoholic. Whoa, shit, these guys are so nasty, dude. You're living for Malta for ages and you're not drinking alcohol and partying every single day? What is going on? Social life out. Let's go with the lightning one right away. It only does lightning every 3 hits, or every 3 seconds. Kinda weak.
What brings you here?
Stormclaw. What did it look like here? Yeah, if you max this out, then it does lightning always. And if it does lightning always, then we can scale melee and we can scale elemental. I've never tried melatonin, but I've never really had real sleep issues. I mean, it happens, but it happens for everybody. More dog damage? Though I do just wanna... Let's go get the second dog. One item? I get too nervous, dude. Butterflies in the tummy, can't sleep.
What? Go on then.
Can't help it now.
Now, Elder, I have please find him and have him return here before something terrible happens.
Increased melee damage. Increased spell damage. Spell damage +1. Tripled while using an axe. Okay. Kind of weird. But I guess we can do that. Double bonus while you have an active minion. Increased physical, cold, and lightning damage. So... we just get this then. We get that. And we get that. To get plus 15 spell damage. That'll scale Maelstrom a little bit, and it'll scale Tempest Strike a little bit, and then we also get this one. And down here we get some minion stuff. Melee Call with a two-handed mace. Physical damage with a two-handed axe. I mean, it all depends on how good this Beastmaster tree is, right? Alright, let's go down there. Wonder if it'll change color. That's what I'm most worried about. First thing you need to look for. Oh, void resistance is good. Lightning res, who cares? Bonus movement speed, better than vitality. Yeah, physical resistance necklace. This res OP. Oh. Have you tried ChatGPT? Maybe it knows. I would also rather use my brain. Alright, out we go. Yeah, I know, but I know it's a little bit hard to find specifically what you're looking for at the moment. It's usually just, and even if you do find something, it's for someone's specific use case, and it's like hard to really glean any good information out of. That's how I feel about almost everything, programming-wise. What's wrong with regular expressions? I actually kind of know what that is. Believe it or not. I've used it like once, basically. Oop, stuff. Tempest Strike unlocked. Alright, let's try replacing Here's Blessing. But now we'll get... What am I getting now? Increased health? Health? Yeah. Wow. That looks weird. That was not as cool as I had hoped. Where'd the wolf come from? I don't know. Siberia. I already have movement speed on my boots. No. This is a new character because we died. Bonk, bonk. We'll see if this skill is any interesting. Then it's over? Yeah. Because I'm playing on hardcore. That means you... Once you die, your character is gone. Oh! We got leveling weapon. Hell yeah! Legit leveling weapon. Tempest Strike without point seems completely meaningless though. Like, crosses out of little part. We'll see. We might just end up with Maelstrom. Seems to have much higher DPS though. I don't really feel like it. Perhaps. I have a headache.
going? Gods.
More lightning! Deals more lightning damage per stack of shock and more cold per stack of chill. But why is it doing cold? There's no cold. Where do you get this cold from? Why would it do more cold damage when it doesn't do any cold damage? Oh, whatever. I mean, Tempest Strike could potentially be cool. It depends on what the spells are like when you're speccing into it. Can't really tell right now. That's how I make a living in real life. Wish you could just grind in real life too. Just can't do that nowadays. That's what they took from us. But like it does this little farty ice cloud or a little super weak lightning bolt. So it depends entirely if that ends up being cool later. You spec into the skill, like it barely even triggers. Because there are just like combo abilities you can get too that seem pretty cool. But the overhead chop is kind of lame. Can you give it a cooldown? You cannot. What about swipe? You can give swipe a cooldown. So when you use swipe and hit at least one enemy, your nearest companion uses its companion ability and is restored to full health. That sounds pretty big. So is that what we want then? We just do that? 15%? Holy shit, dude. I sold all my doggies, my doggy coins. I bought a bunch of doggy coin. I don't think I made any money. I do not have what it takes for crypto. I do not have enough brain power remaining to figure anything out. Yeah, one guy I know lost like 40k. No, not 40k. $4,000. That's 40k Swedish bucks. Still pretty unpleasant. For me, it was like, I put it in there, and then after a while, I was like, this isn't going anywhere, and then I took it out. But because I had it in there, I felt like I didn't have any money. So when I took it out, I was surprised at how much money I actually had. So it was nice. I was kind of like hiding money from myself, and then when I took it out, I had a bunch of money. And then I bought a new GPU, I think. I bought some new computer stuff at least. Warcry. Alright, let's replace Thorn Totem with Warcry. There instead. What's this boss already? The base Warcry is fucking trash. All it does is it knocks enemies away from you. So it's like, okay. Thanks, you reduced my DPS. That's like all it does. I mean, I know where to go. The maps aren't random. It's pretty much the same path every single time. Ow! That's literally the first route. But take your time. There's no point in rushing. I couldn't even make a Coinbase. I sent them my driver's license 3 times and it failed every single time. Yeah, they wanted my driver's license. Verify. That's what all of those sites want. They want identification. No, they want identification. That's driver's license here. That's what, I don't remember what the other site is called. It's something with an octopus or squid. They wanted that, and it worked there. I don't want to kill the big guys. They're too tanky. Too tanky for nothing. The current AoE abilities are not very strong. whatever. Coinbase might be folding though, aren't they? You should be careful if you have stuff in Coinbase. All from the bank collapse. Coinbase was listed as one of those companies that might fold. I don't know much about that, to be honest. Look at rich guy, he's like a standing desk, that's nothing. Who needs that kind of money? Okay, so now we want this spell damage. Get there. A hand crank one.
Stay back.
Oblivion! That's his favorite Elder Scrolls. That was a buggy leap. 21 fire res. I already have void res. Might call it quits soon though. I do have a headache.
Do not dwell on your fate. May eternal smile upon you.
I will also wake up with one tomorrow. But yeah, you can, if you spec over here, then you get a special ability when the lightning and ice procs. Or you can just go up here and just lock in hard on ice over here. Here you get bonus spell cold damage. I don't even remember what I said. Oh, yeah, that's because I have a persistent headache. I enjoyed the Chrono Trigger aspect of suddenly traveling back to the Dino Age. Yeah, I kind of like that a little bit, but at the same time, time travel is stupid. So it's a little bit like, oh boy. It's fun. I hate fun. I don't like being fun and having fun or being positive. I want to be negative. I just want to be negative and complain. That's what I like doing. I want to be a big old sourpuss. Yeah, I'm gonna stop now. I'm going to go and chill in my couch and be sad. But yeah. We'll make another attempt at programming tomorrow. Hopefully it goes better than today. I did fix the issue, I think, off stream, but it's not entirely fixed yet. We need to get the shadows and stuff working again and then implement light. Hopefully I can get it done this week. I'll be pissed if I can't get it done this week, to be honest. But I'll see you guys later. Until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye bye.